Hello, gamers. I hope everyone's doing okay today. As a heads up in advance, I slept like fucking shit because I had a flare up all night. So, if I'm slightly less energetic today, that's why. I've got an excuse, okay? Today, we shall be continuing what we did yesterday, which is progressing with and maybe finishing the Relic. We will see. We did a third of it yesterday. Too many oranges. Nah, this is just how it be. This is just chronic sickness things. It just be that way sometimes. Sometimes you can't control. Yesterday we did a third of the Relic, just kind of casually doing some leveling roulettes for a handful of hours. So, today we are going to go the other route. We are going to do some fates. Wow! Wow! Exciting! Wow, some fates. They only eat like 1 or 2 oranges a day. That's not bad. That's okay. I have peeled one for today, though. It's my breakfast. I'm hesitant to eat anything substantial. Right, should we go over to mainstream? Okay, so there is an AFK taco here. He is apparently leveling Gunbreaker. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. So yeah, no dungeons today. I'm probably just going to spam fates. Very mindless, very brainless. We'll see how it is. We are starting the day on step 3 of the Relic with 100 out of 300. Which means we have, in total, 800 to go, 400 down. I know, like, realistically, what we're doing yesterday and today isn't really the most efficient method. I think it's fair to say probably the most efficient thing you can do is, like, do a pre-made and gear swap leveling roulettes, closely followed by, if you don't hate your life, maybe doing 71 to 80 Pilgrim's Traverse in a pre-made. And then I'd say there's a lot of lazier options, right? Like, just doing standard leveling roulettes, which is a bit lazier, but still quick. Spamming fates is doing okay. Doing quantum, actually. Did somebody actually test quantum? How many points do you get from quantum? Last I saw, nobody tested how many points you get from quantum. But it's Square Enix, so I guarantee that it won't be really fast, because they would never allow it to be worthwhile for you to do the harder choice rather than leveling roulette slop. 26 is for 71 to 8. Well, it's 71 to 100 of Pilgrim's Traverse. They all give 26. Which is interesting, that they don't scale in any way. It doesn't go beyond 26. So you do 71 to 80, 26. 81 to 90, 26. 91 to 100, 26. You'd think it would be like 28, 30, or 30, 35, or some shit, you know? I do think the way that they formatted the points is a little bit monker, if I'm going to be honest with you. But, I mean, it's fine. Right, what zone is the best to do fates in, chat? Pray tell. It's going to be a high-level zone, because if we can do it uncapped at level 100, they're probably going to melt. So I suppose it's either Living Memory or... what's the other one? Heritage Found. Heritage? Okay. Well, if anyone wants to do fates with me, you're very welcome to come along. I am on Cerberus Gaios. Heritage or memory for the non-sync on gear? Well, let's see what people are doing. Let's see how it is. If you would like to come for fates, you have to do one simple thing. You must come to Cerberus, and you must send me a tell. I don't care what the tell says, and then I will send you a party invite. It's quite shrimple, really. Okay, we're probably going to miss this one, if I'm going to be honest. It's 93 already. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, you know what I'm planning on making today? After stream, I'm gonna bake cauliflower in the. I don't know why the fuck did I say bake? I'm gonna roast cauliflower in the oven with a little bit of chili oil for the flavor. Woo! It's gonna be fire. And then maybe I'll have some chicken with it. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But roasted cauliflower with chili oil is the core idea. The rest can come after. Why am I returning? Bro, that's a cult crescent. That's what a cult crescent's done to me. The minute the fate is done, I just insta-hit return. It's like built into muscle memory at this point. I'm built wrong. That's fucked up. Oh yeah, you're right. Have I got like a different mount I can use? I could use the Savage mount. The Savage mount's kind of ugly. Wait, what song does the Savage mount use? Oh. 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 Okay, I'm quickly learning that fates may not be efficient if they take this long to pop. Are there multiple instances? Oh, it's living memory. Okay. I suppose you have to hop between them. I suppose that's the only way to find joy in your life doing this. Hey, what's up, Iari? Hope you are doing good today. I was kind of hoping for the P2 music, I'm gonna be honest, like the P12 P2 music. Hey, maybe I'm a toxic gamer that expects too much from my video games, but I mean, I just kind of would have liked it, you know? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just someone with too high an expectation, but I kind of hope that when you get a final boss mount, the final boss mount plays the song of the final boss. Maybe that's unreasonable of me. I mean, this is fine, but I like the M12 P2 music. I think it's fire. But it's the king's car. Wait, is this the? Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I skipped the story. Is this the tyrant's car? But isn't the brute bomber's pet inside it? Isn't bro's cat in there? See? I don't know how I feel about Fates right now. I mean, at least it's brainless. Here's what we'll do. We'll do Fates today, and then we can cross-compare, right? We can see which one's better if you're just doing it solo with whoever wants to join like I am. And we can see which one's quicker based on the time. Isn't it 20 per leveling roulette? Yes, I did leveling roulette yesterday. I'm going to be honest, even though this is probably less efficient, fuck me, I need a palate cleanser from leveling roulette. I spent like 4 hours randomly queuing 20 leveling roulettes on my own yesterday, and my god, get me out. I did Cutter's Cry like 6 times. Get me out. Okay, I need to make sure not to cap gemstones, because I need those tickets. I'm just saying, Vanez, you could join me for Fates, and then you could give me your tickets. Because you don't need them anymore. And then I could finally get my little guy as well. I'm just saying, Vanez. Yeah, fucking God loves a trier, eh? Run. How much paste do you get per fate? You get 3 paste per fate. One sec. You fancy joining? Oh my god. Come. No! What do you mean the teleport to living memory didn't work because I didn't take the teleport to the fucking the heritage found beforehand? Free! And then I've got to go around the skyscrapers to get to the fate. Oh, it's not looking good. Aether tickets? Well, I'm running out of Aether tickets, so I only use them on expensive stuff nowadays. And I think I mean this in the nicest way possible. There is no flame against anybody who enjoys them. I think I would rather gouge my own eyes out than spend a single second doing hunt trains. And that's like the optimal way to get them, right? I'll help kill this one. What? Fuck that guy. Fuck that random thieving gargantua. Boom, 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 boom. I need to start taking these teleports right away. And now I gotta go back to Heritage Found. It seems so slow with only 3 per fate. The fact that the zones are, like, so sparse in terms of fate spawns is not very good. I swear it wasn't like this when fates were popping at the start of the expansion. Am I crazy? Is it solely because of the fact that there were instances then? I think that might be the best play, actually, Riku. Because at least the American zone has so many fates that pop. Should we go to the American zone? I just want to see. I want to see what the American zone is like. It's Shaloni, right? They do have fates up. More than one, even. It sure is. Shalulia, you're right. Yeehaw. I mean, they're going to be a bit slower per fate. That much is true. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Is this the bit where I have to reject the friend request that I got? I normally leave them because I'm like... And I don't mean this in a toxic way. I mean it. I don't mean this in a toxic way. Sometimes people add me that I've, like, never interacted with, and I'm like... I'm not going to accept it, you know? But I'm too awkward to just deny it in their face, so I just kind of leave it there. Can I add you in-game, Shy? Sure. I just don't accept friend requests if I don't recognize somebody, that's all. You know what? I don't think that's mean. I think that's reasonable, actually. Vanas, you want to know something fucked up that I'm gonna share with you in confidence? Last night, Taco DMs me at, I shit you not, 4 AM when I'm trying to sleep, and he hits me with the, yo, have you done the Relic yet? You want to do some grinding for the Relic? I'm like, Taco, it is 4 AM. What do you mean, do you want to do some grinding for the Relic? I did not indulge it. Not because I wasn't tempted, because if I'm going to be honest, I was tempted. Oh my god, the fates are gone from this zone too. Oh no, there's another one. Yahoo! Not because I wasn't tempted, but because I thought I would allow you guys the privilege to sit through fates with me. I think Taco's sleeping schedule is fucked. After stream, I joined the call. They were doing DFing, and Taco joined. And I asked him how his day was, and he hits me with the, "I just woke up." And I'm like, "What do you mean? It's 8 p.m." I think it's over for him. Where is it? Here it is. He is on that NA schedule. Bro, the fates are diabolical so far. It's not even because I'm, like, having a bad time doing them. It's because they don't spawn quick enough. Like, what's going on? They need to spawn, like, double the fates, and I'm not joking. I need Yoshida to hit the server room and crank up the spawn rate to 200%. How happy are you that's a UK car? Oh, yeah? Yeah? We do. We drive on the... Yeah. We are driving on the UK side. Yeah. For some reason, my instant thought was to check the license plate. I don't know why, but it was. Oh my god, bro. It is... What is going on? Where are the fates? What is happening here? You got a license for that license. We might have to just start hopping zones between like 3 or 4 zones in order to even keep doing fates. I do think this is a Square Enix problem, for sure. They definitely know at this point, which actually this is kind of funny because when FF14 released, I don't know if you guys remember the marketing for FF14 when A Realm Reborn first came out, but the fate system was a key part of their... Just go light. What does that change? Same shit. The fate rates on Chaos are proportionate to the amount of players on... Wait, are they? Are you... Wait, really? You get a lower spawn rate? Is that... You're joking? Oh, okay. Okay, thank fuck. I was about to lose my fucking mind. Jesus Christ. I was like, what? But yeah, the fate system was like a key part of FF14's marketing on release. And it was touted as like this new dynamic combat system with endless replayability and scaling. And when you think about what the system actually is, that was kind of a hustle from them to get anybody to believe that this system was anything except the most brainless thing possible. Keep looking at the FF14 open world and remembering when I played Guild Wars 2. Yeah, because I've also played Guild Wars 2 now, right? And yeah, Guild Wars 2 definitely does the open world a whole lot better. I think the interesting thing, because I haven't played many MMOs, right? So I've played exactly 2 MMOs, and they are FF14 and Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 made me realize that having a full open world that feels like that it is worthwhile to be out in is actually a big boon for an MMO. I never really cared before, but now I know I do care. How is Guild Wars open world even tied to progression? Well, we can kind of compare meta events to special fates, right? They're not really the same, but you can probably pin them in the same wheelhouse. Imagine if those could drop gear that's still good for you now, like a Realm Reborn special fates. Guild Wars 2 has a mastery system as well, right? And the way the mastery system works is, how do I say it? It's like a non-linear power increase. So it's not necessarily just straight your character gets stronger forehead. But you might get things that, for example, allow you to jump higher. Or allow you extra quality of life. Or allow you to get a chance at a double drop. Stuff like that. Where the fuck is Wackenpello? Oh my god, I should have taken that teleport. Where the fuck did they go? Wackenpello. Okay. So you get a lot of different progression options, and you can unlock those progression options by doing different things in the game, and usually in the open world of the game. Yeah, you can unlock things like mount, gliding, things like that as well. There's many different options. Some of them can somewhat tie into your power, many do not. Similarly, because of that, gear doesn't really become outdated. You might get sets that release that are like better for certain sets, for certain specs over time, stuff like that. But gear that released when the game came out, for all intents and purposes, is not griefing to be using now, 10 years later. And that's because a lot of the progression is tied to things other than just your gear or an item level, right? And the open world was given like quite a lot of depth. There are a lot of things to find in the open world, a lot of things to do. If you've played any Ubisoft game, all of the things that you could expect from a Ubisoft game are there, but also all the things you could expect from an MMO are there. So there are things to collect, there are things to find, there are timed meta events that are much more interesting than FF14's special fates. That is not selling me on open world. Okay, that's the bad bit. But I think that having a world with like a lot of cool items that, okay, items is a strong word. A lot of cool collectibles hidden around the open world and a lot of nice Easter eggs and stuff like that to find. I think that having that in every single zone is good. They also essentially have the fate system as well. But then they have like meta events that spawn every couple of hours that are way better than any fate FF14 has ever done. To the point that you get a lot of players that still turn up to them to this day. And more than that, they show up not because they're going to get fucking 16 of a currency that nobody cares about, but because they have a chance at getting something useful, like a piece of gear or something that is useful. And also because in that game, money actually has a value, and almost everything is market tradable. So, let's say you get a gear piece drop that you don't need. Well, somebody else will need it, and you'll be able to make a lot of gil that you'll be able to funnel into something that you do need. I can give you an example of how the achievement system makes things replayable as well. So here is one very specific example, right? There is we'll call it a special fate. It's a world event in that game, in the base game. where you fight a big toxic dragon on a beach, right? And tied to the mastery system, there are, I think, 10 achievements for it. And those achievements, some of them are just kill the dragon a few times. But most of them are to do special things in the fight, right? Yeah, I'm talking about tech. So some of them will be like you have to defend all 3 lasers. Some of them are like you have to go behind the dragon because he's doing these huge tail cleaves and dodge all the tail cleaves. One of them is to like do the event without being hit, stuff like that. So you fulfill the special requirements, and it might take you like... It took me like 4 times to get all of them. And for doing that, I unlocked some mastery points that I could then spend elsewhere in order to get some quality of life for my character. I used that to buy, I think it was something to do with fractals. I think it was the double... There's like one that gives you a chance at double chests or guaranteed double chests or some shit. I used it on that. And fractals is like, I suppose, their equivalent of mythic dungeons. So you can use like the effort you invested in the open world gives you something that you can use in a different facet of the game. It gives you like quality of life or additional drops or a new capability in a different facet of the game entirely, which I think is neat. And it's not a requirement. I could have got that mastery point doing any of like 100 different things, but I did it there. And then I can do the other things for different mastery points. I think the mastery point system is probably the best thing that Guild Wars 2 does, personally. I actually think that is one problem that FF14 suffers from specifically, is the fact that FF14's entire market economy is fucked, right? They've ruined their own market economy. Partly through submarines, partly through bots, partly through, for so many years, making it incredibly easy to make money and having nothing to chase, to the point where you have so many players hoarding billions upon billions of gil that nothing really has any value anymore. And there's not really any way they can fix it. Because it's like too far gone. They like completely wrecked any form of economy that the game could have had. Which is a shame, really. And I think that leaks into a lot of things. Like, this is a party tell. Sorry if I missed it before, I do apologize. I have invited you. Yeah, as a heads up, if anyone wants to come do Fates, I'm on Kerberos on Chaos. Just send me a tell and I'll invite you. Level C. Yes, that's what I was about to say before I got distracted stupidly. FF14's economy being fucked with submarines and RMT and years of not really having anything to chase. That it means that now when the developers want to put rewards behind Gil, for example, they release those Gil mounts, right? And they've released a handful of them now. Things like that do not hold kind of a level of equitable value in the game because so many people have so much gil. Now, I'm not saying that everybody does. I know there's a lot of players out there that just have a couple of million. But if you've been around the game for a long time, you are probably turbo rich. Or you know a load of people that are turbo rich because gil has had no value for so long. And they're not rich from putting in tons of effort because you just don't need to. I'll wait for the TP. I'm gonna be a lazy fuck. And I think not to glaze Guild Wars 2 too much. To make it clear, I think Guild Wars 2 also has a lot of issues as well. But I think that one thing that kind of like shows that disparity for me is in Guild Wars, I spent like a week of game time doing fractals to earn enough money that would then allow me to buy the materials to craft like a new piece of gear. And because the economy is still something that holds value, that was not like a foregone conclusion that is kind of just expected. Oh yeah, obviously you can just buy a piece of legendary or exotic gear, or what's the one in between? Ascendant? Yeah, I can't remember. I think it's Ascendant. It's not just a foregone conclusion that you can do that. You sure this isn't just a new player experience? Well, I spoke to a lot of experienced players, and some of them have thousands of gil gold. But really, a lot of it is just directly, if you invest effort, you will make money, and if you don't invest effort, you won't make money. There's no, like, passive gil making system that just makes you endless gold. It seems like if you want to make money in that game, it's literally just you pick something to do and you do it, right? And you will make money as a byproduct of that. Which I think is good. Whereas in FF14, it's just set up your subs and make free money forever. Which I don't really vibe with. Like, it's definitely partly new player experience, but at least from the people I spoke to, it doesn't seem to be exclusive to new players. It seems to just be a game design thing. There are a lot of things to spend money on in that game, yeah. Wait, the other fate died. Fuck. Book. The fact you have mount music on shows how much you didn't clear M11S and PF. Oh, I never turn off music. I did hardcore prog of the Omega Protocol and DSR, 16-hour days, and I never turned the music off. That took like a week and a half. You have the same amount of gil as me, and you're happy to stay around that? Yeah, I like maids. I think about 300 mil in Heaven's Ward, and I've just kind of sat on it ever since, and it's slowly gone down. Genuinely, the 300 mil I made in Heaven's Ward has funded me until now. It buys food and pots. And if I need to buy crafted gear and materia, and when I spent 25 mil on the Shiver emote in Stormblood because it was that rare drop from Eureka and I wanted it. There's not many things to spend gil on, so it's pretty easy to just hoard it for expansions on end. Bum, 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 bum. Why not, eh? We'll go hit these guys too. I do quite like the legendary gear system that Guild Wars 2 has as well. I don't think they could make it work in FF14. Well, maybe they could. Maybe I'm dooming. But I don't think it would work with the kind of game FF14 is. You could probably liken it to Relic weapons if you want a comparison. Basically, the highest tier of gear, which I think is marginally better than Ascended gear, but usually has like useful passives. There are dozens upon dozens of pieces, and they all have their own quest line, a bit like Relic weapons. But each quest line will have you doing different things, and they'll be focused on different facets of the game. And I'm not going to pretend that all of them are like incredibly interestingly designed, but I like that there are dozens and dozens and dozens, and you get to pick which one you think looks cool, or which one you want, or which one gives the passive you want, and just go work on it while you do other stuff. Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, it's... You get stat swapping freely, and you can also keep them... Share them between characters, right? That's it. And they have, like, nice passives. I think you can share them between characters. I'm not crazy, right? You can. But I like that about them. You know, the funny thing, like, FF14, like, has a clear fear of allowing players to build craft, right? In some ways, I think that's okay. I don't know if they'd pull off build crafting as well, but I do think it's really funny that that bled into their other games as well. Like, if you've played Final Fantasy 16, you know that it's, like, a fake RPG. An RPG where the only stat that matters is attack forehead and there are no other stats. Because they didn't want anybody to have any player choice. It's like the exact same as FF14. I would still love cool set bonuses, honestly. And I still think they could make... I think they could make set bonuses work in FF14's ecosystem in an interesting way. I just don't think they'd have the balls, that's all. Oh, this is a double fate. Okay. Are we going to do the... What are we doing? Are we doing the other one? We can do the other one. And then come back to this one. Sure. I suppose we should do this one, because this one is a defend the point kind of thing. Yeah, I think that is the upside to FF14's downside, right? They don't really have any build crafting in FF14, and they have, like, cosmetic stats rather than stats that really have anything meaningful. And they do that so that the game is very balanced. I think it's fair to say this is probably one of the best balanced MMOs, where every job is not only viable, but at least decent. I mean, realistically, we call jobs shit because of a 5% difference, you know? Whereas you've got pretty much every other MMO that has much wider gaps between acceptable jobs and bad jobs. But Summoner, no, that's, you made that up. That's not a real job. You made that up. That's a scary story to tell your children. It's not real. Can't hurt you. You played any other FF game? I've played some. I've played 1, 2, 3... 7, but I don't really remember it. Well, I haven't played 7. I've watched someone play 7, and it was like 20 years ago, and I don't really remember it. I played 10. What else have I played? I played 13. I played 15 and 16. Is the mount 2-seater? I don't think it is. I think it's a 1-seater, actually. Did you like 13 and 15? I thought 13 was okay. I didn't mind it. 7 out of 10 game. I hated 15. Bear in mind, I've only played the launch version of 15, but I thought that was like a 5 out of 10 game. I hated 15. The only thing that game did well was the bros. I think that game would have genuinely been better if it was just road trip with the bros the whole way through, instead of a shoddily written, badly paced, half-finished slopfest of a game. I hated it. The game just gets worse the further in you get. To me, at least. That's how I felt about it. But again, I only played the release version, so I never played any of those DLCs they released. But I mean, realistically, if you need 5 DLCs to make your game not arse, then you didn't do a good job, is what it is. Yo, good morning yourself. I think 10 is my favorite one that I've played. Well, I think 14 is the favorite one that I've played, but I think 10 is the other best one that I've played. Although that said, I'm a 16 apologist. I think 16 is fucking sick. It's bad in so many ways. The side quest system is dog. The RPG elements are fake. But what it does well, it's like best in genre at, which is cool ass fights. It's a shit RPG, but my god, was it a fun like 30 hours. And at least to me, as somebody who's not like a Final Fantasy puritan, if it's fun, I'll like it. And I liked it. So it's actually my second favorite single player FF that I've played. Thought 15 was a banger game too. I'm not going to say that I'm ever going to give it another shot. Just because I really disliked it the first time. But I did hear the DLCs helped it a lot. But it came from that 16 DLC? No, 15. I haven't played the 16 DLC either, but I own it. FF15 came from that weird time period in gaming. No, they're not faster than Leveling Roulette. I just need a break from Leveling Roulette. It comes from that weird period of time in gaming where everybody wanted to make a cinematic universe of their franchise. And as a result, games had this really frustrating, shitty habit of having required reading before you could enjoy them. And 15 was no exception, where it has like that, it had that fucking anime and the movie and all that. And oh yeah, if you want the context for the game, you have to indulge in the cinematic universe. I think that's it. I hate that. I hate that so much. I think it's dumb as fuck. If you want to have a movie, sure. You can do a spin-off, yeah, fine. I don't care, that's okay. Don't make it required reading to understand the context of the game fully. Stygian will like this, because we have spoken about this in private, but I've just got to put it out there. I am a Nomura hater. A fully fledged Nomura hater. I don't think he... I think he often fucks the development cycles of games. And he just writes a load of bullshit because he thinks it sounds cool and it makes no sense. I do not think of him as a particularly good writer or a particularly good director. And I think that I think that whilst he has some games that are pretty critically acclaimed in his backlog, I think that the fact that so many of his games are fucking plagued probably speaks to that fact. Doesn't 14 have required reading with 1.0 in the other FF games? I don't think so, because I've never played 1.0, and I've never watched a summary of 1.0. And I don't think 95% of the other people that have played FF have either. That have played 14 have either, honestly. And I think the other Final Fantasy games are at most Easter eggs, rather than core plot points that you need to have played the game to understand. Part of me wished I did play 1.0, just because it would... I think it's so interesting, the concept of them literally dropping a nuke on the game. And you as players getting to stand there and watch the nuke get dropped on your game and everyone die, and then suddenly the game is back 18 months later. I think the concept of being a part of that is so interesting. But alas, I wasn't an FF14 truther. You know, one thing I don't think I often appreciate enough about FF14 is how well it plays on a controller, actually. Because I've played a lot of different games that are designed for PC and they have like controller input. Recently, I've been playing Enfield as well, right? Which you would think is a game that would be more intentionally designed for controller than Final Fantasy XIV. But my god, its controller controls are pure fucking dog shit compared to 14's. There's so many, like, unintuitive, forced extra inputs because they couldn't figure out how to get menuing to not feel arse in that game. Which I think is interesting. We get some credit. Yeah. Yeah, for me as well, I can play on keyboard and mouse, but as a kid at least, I was always a console gamer. I didn't have a PC until I was like 15 years old. So I'm like not good on keyboard and mouse compared to on controller. I'm way more comfy on controller. Actually, FF14 being an MMO that you could play with a controller is the reason that I gave it a shot. Because I'd always been interested in playing an MMO, but the thing that had put me off at the time back then was that I had to learn to play it on keyboard and mouse, and I wanted to play on controller. So FF14 being an MMO that had controller support was the thing that got me initially interested. Like, nowadays, I'm definitely better with a keyboard and mouse than I used to be. I played Guild Wars on a keyboard and mouse. I had to buy an MMO mouse for it, though. And that was okay. You got one right as they became a household common? No! This was still in the 2000s. They were already household common. I was just poor. Pepe hands. This was like almost 2010s. I'm not that old. Pepe hands. You didn't have to do me like that. But yeah, I think playing Enfield has made me appreciate the way that FF14 has controller support much more. Because, my god, Enfield did such a worse job at controller support, and I would have assumed they would have done a better one, being a gacha game that's also intended on mobile devices. Didn't it also release on PS5? Yeah, and I can assume it's the same input system as PC with controller. Like, the game itself is playable. You can do everything, but it's, like, awkward. The base building is awkward on controller. Even just menuing is awkward on controller. Like, there are moments where they make you do the most inane stuff for no reason. One example is, like, if you want to, like, apply... Let's say you want to... There's a facility that builds, like, plants and stuff, right? In your ship. And if you want to... You would think you would just select the thing and, like, click X, right? To select what plant you want to do it. You want to build in it. Well, no, that's not what you do. You have to press in the middle touchpad in order to bring up the menu to select the item, and then you need to tab over to it and then hit X. It's like, why haven't you just intuitively brought us to this menu? Like, I'm sorry, but what is wrong with the guys who made the UX for that? You know? I'm sorry, but I would have done a better job. I'm just saying. Like, that's stupid. It's stupid. It's a bad system. What were you thinking? FF14 would never. No! I'll wait for the TP. You got your grooving green? Let's go! You obtained goat. Does the car fit extra passengers? No, it's a one-seater. I think it's fair to say this is definitely a bit slower than leveling roulette on your own. Kozamauka. It is a brain autocorrect. Real. Ba-da-boom. Yahoo! Okay, how many do I have right now? 202. We need just 98 more to complete the third step. Does anyone remember which NPC you buy the gemstone vouchers from? Because I don't remember. It's been like a year. It's not a thing I've thought about for a long time. S9? Yeah, probably. Okay, when we cap, we'll head over to S9. He's very blue. Yeah, this is... Why do you think M11S wars the shit out of PF? Because PF struggles very hard with consistency checks. Well, there's a few reasons. But first of all, not the DPS check. The DPS check is not tight. It wasn't tight week 1. Anybody who says the DPS check is tight, check your party. I'm sorry, but you probably have like 3 people playing shit. You just do. But the DPS check becomes a problem because of other factors. For example, the fact that PF in general is pretty bad at simple but fast mechanics that deal damage, which is what 90% of M11 is, right? Secondly, I feel that whether it is owing to the strat or to the mechanics design itself, I think a little bit of both. Arena Split is much more of a wall for Party Finder than it needs to be. And that means that players just do not get enough pulls on the tail end of the fight to build a level of comfortability with it, where they don't A, do no damage during it, and B, int what's it called? Ecliptic Stampede. So one of those two things happen because people just don't get enough pulls there. Yeah, I don't like the Arena Split strat. I think the Arena Split strat is categorically bad, for PF even. I think that PF does this thing a lot, actually, where what they do is they'll market a brain-dead strat that makes their execution way too tight so that they don't have to look at one singular extra thing. And that's exactly what the Arena Split strat is. It's a strat that is way too tight on execution for incredibly little gain. Also, the markers for it are bad. Actually, the markers for it are bad. Even if you do that strat, if you move the markers a little bit, suddenly you have 4 times the space. The markers are dog shit. I don't know who made them, but they did not do a good... If you're going to have an insanely tight marker mechanic, at least put the markers down to give yourself as much space as possible, which is not what's done in the quote-unquote standard PF markers. There are a couple of other sets going around, like here and there, that alleviate that problem, but my god, it shouldn't be necessary. It should have been done right the first time. If you're gonna have like an insanely strict marker strat, the markers better be good, and they're just not. That's like my pet. I don't like marker strats, to make it clear, so I have a prejudice. I don't like marker strats. I think marker strats are usually like an arse backwards way of solving a mechanic that you think about for a split second and know how to do without it, which is what Arena Split is, funnily enough. I know that's probably not the prevailing opinion, but it's mine. But I do think that if a higher percentage of player in PF was aware of the cursed pattern and how they could position for it in order to not use those markers, I genuinely think the clean execution rate of Arena Split and PF would literally double. And it's clearly the way the developers intended you to do it as well. That fight is one that has 2 different executions based on pattern, right? That mechanic even. And what the marker strat allows you to do is it allows you to ignore that patterns exist in exchange for if you sneeze during one of the bad patterns, somebody dies. That's like the exchange that you make. What even is the curse pattern? So the intentional execution of the mechanic, right, is you're looking at a few things. You're looking at the line front or back, which is what you have to look at in the marker strat as well. And then you're also looking at the positioning of the portals. You can either look at the tethers, or you can look at the portals behind you, or I suppose even the opposite ones, but that would be a bit unintuitive. You're looking at the portals, right? And on side portals, which is what I call it, which is where the portals are close to the edges of the arena rather than the center, and safe spot at the back, basically you have an incredibly small safe spot if you do the marker strat, like incredibly small. And that's because you're intended to take at the very least one of the preys, but you can also take both in the middle of the room, right? Where there's a huge fucking safe spot. Which suddenly means if somebody sneezes, nobody dies. And it increases the size of your safe spot by a factor of like 20. Which is why I think the thing that would increase PF success rate there more than anything is if people go out on their own and put their own effort in to learn the safe spot for that. Because it doesn't interact with the current strategy at all. Like, it doesn't intrude on it. You can just go there as a prey. It's free real estate. Nothing is happening there because they don't use that space to do the mechanic in that strat. Yes, you can go there and do that if everyone else is doing marker strat, and all you are doing is making it an impossibility that the guy with the tether can kill you. If he's like 1 inch off. So basically what I'm saying is if you want to increase PF success rate, you yourself can learn that and just go to that spot. And then the guy next to you can't shoot you with his beam. And you can't shoot someone else with your beam. And suddenly you've got a safe spot that is literally the size of Narnia in comparison to what you're used to using that strat. And if you got like one person that was aware of that in every PF, when that pattern occurred, the success rate would go up so much. It just would. Why are you doing fates? I didn't want to do more leveling roulettes. Other people need to scoot over and not cleave half the marker on the other side. Well, that much is true as well, obviously. Oh, it's got a follow-up. Ah! Wish the floor patterns on the arenas were better this tier. Yeah, I've found them a bit lacking as well. It is, if you die though as a prey, right? If you die as a prey and it's not because you got hit by the front back line, it's almost always the tether guy that killed you. Almost always, like 95% of the time. Because he stood like an inch too far forward or an inch too far back or an inch to the side, and it's the pattern where you don't have space. That's what kills everyone in PF, basically. And then obviously the guy who actually has to do the strict positioning doesn't have a fucking marker. Because of course he doesn't. Why would the strat have a marker for everyone? It just has a marker for half the people. So they have to like line it up in their head and then they mess it up by an inch and then somebody dies and And then the party disbands. That's what happens. But that was a very big loop to explain a very simple concept. The reason that M11S is a shit show in PF is because it is an execution fight, which PF struggles at in general. But it is also an execution fight with a very tight marker mechanic halfway through, which means people don't get to practice the tail end of the fight, which means they're bad at it. So they do no damage, and they int easy mechanics afterwards. Because Ecliptic Stampede is an easy mechanic. It's not hard. Oh, we should do this one. Okay. So that's why they have issues. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-boom. See, part of me thinks that PF should have done that as well. They should have just had 8 markers for Arena Split. But I mean, I don't know if some people are capable of playing the game without a North marker. I can't think of anything else that you use the markers for in that fight. Yo, enjoy gym. The D dodge? Can't you just use I's forehead? I don't know. I just use I's forehead. I don't know if that's realistic. What's D-dodge? I know that some people dodge orbital using a marker. I just kind of... I always do melee dodge, and I just only do a double movement if I have to. That's what I do, at least. But I honestly haven't even looked at that marker dodge for orbital, so I don't even know how it works. Like, I don't know what patterns you get on it or anything. I'm assuming there must be a reason some people do it. I don't know. It's just an intersection of 4 lines. I see. Oh, I'm pretty comfy with what I'm doing, so I don't think I'll change. My only worry about 11, because, and yes, I am aware that some people will disagree with this, because I'm an evil elitist. I actually think 11 is really fun in PF. It reminds me a bit of one of my favorite PF fights ever, John Pandemonium. John Pandemonium is exactly the same, by the way. Where it's a relatively simple execution fight. And because it is an execution fight that is stricter than average, PF struggled with it very, very heavily. But I love the execution fights in PF because you either... where are we going? Poza Mauka? Okay. Because you either have a great time doing the fight, or everything goes horribly wrong, but it goes horribly wrong in a funny way. Wait. Guys, I'm not attuned to that Aetherite. Did they add that post-launch, or did I just never attune to it? Please someone tell me they added it post-launch. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. It's a tribal one? Oh, well, that explains it, because I haven't unlocked a single Dawntrail Beast tribe. Thank fuck. I think PF as a people watcher is great, actually. I love it. Because you either have like a really great time doing the fight and have fun with it, which I usually do. But sometimes like people will just be unable to do the fight and they'll die in the funniest ways, and that in and of itself has its own beauty. Or alternatively, those things will happen and then somebody will get really annoyed and crash out, and as a people watcher, that too has its charm. So really you win no matter what in Party Finder. Especially with execution fights. Is that the mount from M12? Yes. Bum 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 bum. Like, it's not to the extent where I'm like preying on someone's downfall or anything. I want them to clear. But if there's a if they're struggling, that can have its own fun. You wouldn't want to set XK loose on M11S. You know, if you don't set him loose, someone else will. I will say, the anarchist inside us probably wants to see XK in M11, because can you imagine them in M11 in rage parties? What I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall in an M11 in rage party with them on Summoner. I'm sure they've gotten better at the M10 tethers. Surely. It's been a little while now. I'm sure they've improved. They are the summoner of legend. Scholars tell tales of such a legend. What's the lore? Well, I didn't know that they had such deep lore, but I joined this M10 kill party and there was a scholar in there, and he was like a duo with the tank. I will say it, the tank was a real fucking arsehole, but the scholar was fine in terms of being a normal person. And it normally takes a lot for me to say someone's a real fucking arsehole in PF, so like, yeah, he was pretty unlikable. But the scholar was like, sorry, the summoner was like turbo griefing. They were doing 0% DPS. They were physically incapable of doing half of the mechanics in the fight. But what they lacked in execution or rotational prowess or awareness, they made up for in sheer grit. Because they were something like 300 pulls into M10 prog. And whenever one party disbands, another goes up. And I kind of respect that, if I'm going to be honest. Do I think that they deserve an M10 kill? Fuck no. The party I joined of theirs, they turbo griefed. It was a mess. But I respect the grit. That takes some dedication. And when I ended up in their party, it turned out that apparently everybody in chat knew who they were. Apparently they are like a well-known party finder cryptid in EU. And everybody has had a run-in with them. That's what I learned. Yes, it was the legendary XK. Scared about S. Is that that's the tank, right? The one who I just said was a real arsehole. That was the tank. Yeah. Yeah, that guy is way worse than the summoner, because the summoner, at least I didn't get bad vibes from them as a human being. The tank I got terrible vibes from. They were not nice. And they were like an equal level of incompetent at playing. I think that it breaks my cardinal rule, right? I have a cardinal rule in Party Finder. I don't care if you mess up, and I don't care if you're not the best player, but if you're an asshole, that's what I care about, right? That's my cardinal rule. If they're a cunt, get out. Everything else is like fine. Don't come if you are full error. 5 game, not in rage. Disband PF. Raid plan Momom. Huh? I've spent my life being full error. What am I supposed to do now? What if you're part error? Yeah, I love Momom. I thought Nom Nom was funny enough as a strat description, but Momom is even better. Momom. But yeah, I hope my GOAT XK kills one day. Will I be there to see it? Probably not. But I hope my GOAT kills. Bum, 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 bum. You know, so here's actually something that I've thought about. This, if I was a raid plan maker, this is what I would do, by the way. And I kind of have a feeling this is what raid plan makers intentionally do. I would spam making, like, empty raid plans until I got one with a good abbreviation, and then I'd actually put the raid plan into that. It's just basic marketing. It's got to roll off the tongue. And based on what happened this raid tier, I feel fairly confident that that actually did happen. Because all of them are marketable. Yeah, I know. I found it really funny that there's just empty raid plans being shared around. They, like, prepare raid plans before the tier with nothing in them and share them around and then update it later. That's crazy to me. Yes, the steering wheel for the car is on the right side. How many do we have? 253. I will say one thing. I prefer doing Fate to Leveling Roulette for this. Even though I think it's slower. Specifically because every time we got out of a Leveling Roulette, I had to deal with the feeling of, ugh, I've got to do another one. And then I had to make the active intention of queuing in, knowing that I wasn't going to have a good time in Leveling Roulette. So at least with this, there isn't, you're not making that instant choice. Do they feel faster? No, but they don't feel that much slower if you're just randomly queuing Leveling Roulettes alone. They feel a bit slower. which I think is acceptable for not having to make the conscious decision to queue into leveling every 10 minutes. It is crystal paste, yeah. That do be what it is. Where does one find the standard raid plans used for PF? I don't know. If I want to check something, I just use where the fuck do I go? Honestly. Bum, 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 bum. I do think where the fuck do I go is in general a blessing. I think like the key difference between the service they provide and anybody who's actually outputting strats is they are not outputting strats. They are just aggregating. They're an aggregator, not a creator, you know? And as long as they do their due diligence when it comes to aggregating, I think that everything should be fine, right? Is the site new? It's been around for a while now, but it is a Dawn Trail thing. Yeah, it started in Chaotic. It was also... I've been using it since Cruiserweight. Like, if I want to, for example, PF on a new job, I will normally quickly open where the fuck do I go and check where my spots are for that like, different job kind of thing, you know? And it's pretty useful for that. It obviously... I know that they've tried to branch out into, like, explaining how mechanics work more. I have never used it for that personally, and I don't know if I would ever use it for that. It probably will be okay for that. I don't know. I cannot vouch for it in that way. But if you already understand how a fight works and you just want to see what your positions are, very good for that. It got patched on Tuesday, which I actually think is kind of cool. Still only one. This is soul crushing, and dinner is an option, so I'm going to dip. Enjoy your dinner. I respect it. But I mean, I put that in the video itself, and also in the comment section. Yeah, I think it's super helpful. I know that they've added a lot more features to the site recently. But again, I haven't used those, so you might find them useful, you might not. I don't know. I haven't used them. But at least when it comes to at least like the core function of the website, I think it is the best at what it does. Can I admit something? I've never watched a Hector guide. And that's like no shade or anything like that. It's just I'm not like a player who like I cleared before any of the guides come out, right? And I don't see any reason to go back and watch a guide for a fight I've cleared, so I just have never watched any guide by any modern FF14 guide maker ever. I mean, you'd think, at least traditionally, I'm someone who's made guides as well, right? So you would think that I would probably, you could argue that I should do my due diligence and watch what other people are doing, but I do not and have not. No, I've never watched a Tesson video. I mean, there's no reason to. It's the same thing, right? Like, the problem is always people learning where to go and not the why. Yes, this is unfortunately an issue that no person can fix for people. It's the innate laziness of people, right? It doesn't matter if you explain it or not. Half the people are not going to understand anyway. So you run into problems. I actually think that is the number one thing holding PF back, and there's nothing that anybody can ever do to actually fix this problem. It's not a problem somebody can fix for somebody else. It's just the sheer fact that there is a large percentage of FF player who doesn't want to invest the extra energy into understanding the thing they're trying to kill, right? I don't know, you don't have to know why. Technically true, but not knowing why makes you incredibly inflexible on saving mechanics. Many mechanics are recoverable with a quick adjustment, and a quick adjustment can only be done by somebody who understands it, at least done well. That's the use case for understanding mechanics. For example, arena split on M11S. If you understand how that mechanic works, instead of just standing on your marker, if you see that somebody is inconsistent, you can just go to one of the multiple open spots that almost every pattern has. And it doesn't interact with what they're doing. You can just fix it for them, right? Even arena split in general is quite recoverable if you either hold healer LB all your healers have a very good understanding of how it works and are quick. It's like quite a recoverable mechanic, actually. It's just PF very rarely recovers it. I would say something in the region of 50 to 75% of mechanics in the entire game, including Savage and Ultimate, at least 50% of mechanics are in some way recoverable if most people in the party understand the mechanic and somebody well enough to make the smart play. Can you ever expect everyone to always make the smart play to save a run? No. But the more people that do increases your odds, right? BF needs melee LB for the DPS check. I'm gonna be honest, as the weeks go by, the less I believe that's true. The more gear people get, the more I think they should be holding LB until the end of Arena Split for healers. Oh, shit. For reclears, yes. For actual clear parties, every bit counts. I don't know, like, I only join clear parties, right? I probably have more 11 kills in PF than most people do, contrary to popular belief. And yet, I can only think of a single case where the melee LB would have been the difference maker between a clear and a not clear. But I can think of many cases where having access to the heal LB on Arena Split would have been able to save a run and get them to practice the final phase that they int on. I don't know why I went there. So is it a risk reward? Yes. Is using the melee LB a binary correct decision? Definitely not. Yeah, so that's been my experience as well. Like, in fact, I would say every single PF that I've ever been in for that fight, I have never seen a clean enrage ever. The only time that I ever see enrage in that fight, and seeing enrage is a rarity because usually people wipe on fucking Arena Split. The only time you ever see enrage is when people have been collecting damage downs or you've had like 3 deaths across the fight because people have died to either Arena Split or easy mechanics. Normally Ecliptic because they never get to do Ecliptic because they die to Arena Split. At least that's how my experience has been. You'll get to enrage when you've had like 3 or 4 deaths of people either dying to dumb shit or syncing up their orbital damage downs together in order to create a lovely little pattern. Or they'll get to Ecliptic and like 2 people will drop their spaghetti because somehow they forgot that mechanic existed and they've been holding their breath for 4 minutes because they got through Arena Split for the first time clean. Like those are the things that happen in my experience. So that's why I would argue that the melee LB is less essential than people practicing and doing the mechanics at the end of the fight. There will absolutely be like a niche case of PF where like more of the PF is bad at doing damage than usual, and you really do need that melee LB, but I think that is actually the minority, especially now that we're in week 4. Yeah, I think an XF party would need melee LB, yes. That's why, this is also, by the way, why I always say, like a broken record, that I think that the issue that PF has with M11 is not the DPS check, it's that it's a consistency fight, right? It's an execution fight. They always fail on execution, and because so many people fail on execution so often, it creates a DPS check because you've collected enough deaths or damage downs. How's my thingies doing? 1,406. So I'm going to stay here until I get the step, and then I'm going to go trade in the step. Technically week 7. For tomes, yeah, everyone should have like all their tombstone pieces by now, for sure. But everyone will also have, well, I say everyone. People will also start getting guaranteed Savage gear now. Assuming you killed 9 and 10 week 1, which not everyone will, but a decent number will, you will have been guaranteed an accessory and a left side piece from your books. And that's if you got, like, the most unlucky you could. So everyone is starting to gear up now. You're 784. You're basically as high eye level as me. I'm 786. Although I think I get another gear piece this week, which is exciting. I mean, I can't complain this tier. All my weapons have dropped every week. I can't complain about drops. I've got so lucky. I've got 3 weapons. It's week 4. I've got 3 weapons. I haven't done weeklies this week. Do I want to... I need 2 more. You're going to overcap by 1 paste. But I won't, Varnes, because I need to do another 600 afterwards. So I'm actually undercapping by 599. They give you the 1 paste? I don't know. It depends what I do, right? think it's winnable. I think you can get her in time. To crush your enemy 6. How many is that? Oh, it doesn't show up, okay. Okay, I need to do one more fate, and then I'm gonna go trade in. I'm gonna go spend my gemstones and trade in my crystal paste for the next step. And then I will return to the fate grind. Hit 5% on M11. Yeah, you're right. It does die this week for sure. Hell yeah, you love to hear it. Bum 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 bum. Okay. First thing we do, chat, is we're gonna go to S9 and spend our gemstones, and then I'm gonna go to the phantom weapon guy and get the final step. I suppose it's not the final step. There's one more, right? I think it's one of these guys. Gemstone trader. Plus 15 vouchers. Bum 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 bum. Doop 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 doop. Okay. Let's talk to bruv. Okay. Final step. Wait, it's a succubus thing. I see. What's the fastest way to grind this relic? If all you care about is speed, Kozamoka, the fastest way to do it is to get a pre-made of 4 people and spam leveling roulette with one of you unequipping your gear so that you only get low-level dungeons, and then just hoping you get, like, fucking Ifrit, Totarak. Any low-level dungeon's okay. With 4, it doesn't work on equipping? Okay, 3 then, might be. With 3 then. If you're only getting low-level dungeons in your leveling roulette, your average run is probably like 8 or 9 minutes. And you're getting 20 a pop. How many paste is it in total? You need 1,200 in total. Can't you just copy paste? For fuck's sake. Which is like 1200 is like, what, 60 leveling roulettes? If you only did leveling roulette for it, it's like 60 leveling roulettes. If you're not going to do gear swapping, or you want to go at a more leisurely pace, I did about 20 leveling roulettes in, like, what, 4 hours yesterday without gear swapping, just taking whatever I got. And also today I've done, let's say, an hour and a half of Fates and gotten 200 so far. Fates are fairly quick for how brain dead they are. They're not the quickest method, but they're decently fast for how completely brain dead they are. Yes, this is the M12 mount. It's got the cat in it. Easiest way to change targets. The thing that I do is I just tab target via the D-pad. That's what I do, at least. I use a mixture of tab targeting via the D-pad, and I have it set so that the closest thing to the center of my camera is prioritized, and I use that, so I use a bit of camera movement and then tab targeting. And then for party list, I tab up and down, and for enemies, I tab left and right. That's all I do. Very simple. It works for me, at least. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Aetherite. If we head over there for a Fate, I'll do it. I'm not gonna move. It is. It is JP and UK style. All your mounts have a cat in them. Yeah, this one's got double. Sometimes the mount has a cat on them. I'm just saying. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Well, there we go. The fuck did they add an Aetherite post-launch? Just give it to us on launch. I wonder if I'm ever going to get the motivation to do all of the, what are they called? The allied societies. I wonder if I'll ever catch up. I probably won't. Right-hand drive raises lore implications about regulation of automobiles in the 9th. Oh my fucking god. You don't get much out of it. Of course I get a lot out of it. A lot of depression. I hate these tribe quests. I'm sure there are a lot of people that love Beast Tribes because it gives you a little slice of life about a community within the game, and I think that's neat. Is that the famous British dark humor? Whoa. I think that's neat for them, but fuck me, I can't. There was a point where I would begrudgingly force myself through them, but I can't do it anymore. I don't have it in me. At least I actually think the Mughals were one of the best these tribes ever. Because they felt really worthwhile, because back on content you would get, was it crystal glass or something from them? And you would make so much money from them. Because it was a requirement for a bunch of for the Bis crafted set of the expansion. So the Mughal Beast Tribe is one of the ones that I've actually done the most. Because it was just free money. I mean, not anymore. If you have to do it nowadays and you're not even getting paid for it, Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry. But bum, 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 bum. I remember on release the Mughal tribe quest, you were making easily a mil per day off of it, and even later on, you would still make like 200k a day. It was good. I might even have Mughal currency left over. No, I spent it all. I spent it all. They're gone. I do remember the Mughal Beast Tribe quests taking forever, though. Like, there's one where you have to, like, follow the Mughal around and he goes to, like, 3 different locations or something. I remember that. Which was not an enjoyable romp, shall we say. You doing the yeah, I'm doing the fates because I don't have more leveling roulette in me. At least with fates, I can completely dissociate from the game and just yap to chat. With dungeons, you have to pay a modicum of attention, and getting Cutter's Cry 6 times in a day is very unfun. So I'd much rather just do the mindless thing that will take a little bit longer. Well, I'm not doing gear swapping, not because I'm like, ugh, gear swapping. You cheated not only the game but yourself, but because number one, I'm lazy, and number two, I kind of want a little bit of variety, ideally. So, unfortunately, I was not getting it for it. I was getting Cutter's Cry on repeat. Oh my god. Can you still do that? You can still do it for leveling, yeah. Grab your static and do 50 Vamp Fatale normals. You know who would do 50 Vamp Fatale normals? That weird dad that we talked about. The one who goes on his own to watch Vamp Fatale fights. He would do 50 Vamp Fatale normals for his Relic. What? I hope he's not messaging me. You like variety more than efficiency a lot of the time? Well, I mean, I hope Taco's not a dad. I hope he's not a dad. If so, he neglected his child for 2 days to do hardcore prog. A bad Taco. I think that when it comes to the Relic, personally, Relics are intentionally designed to be grindy content, right? And I kind of go through phases with this game, where sometimes I just kind of want to be in the world and I'll do whatever, and that's okay. So I'll just do whatever's efficient, and I don't mind it. But right now, I do not want to be doing leveling roulettes. I don't know what it is. I didn't really enjoy it yesterday, and I don't really want to do it today. So, yeah, I agree. I'd rather just take a less efficient route and get it done in a way that doesn't make me feel like I'm having a bad time. Oh, there's another one. I mean, either way, it's still not going to take long, because we'll definitely get it done tomorrow for sure. We need 600 more, so we're over halfway done. And it's not like I'm ending stream now, so we'll probably get another third done today, and then we'll get the last third done tomorrow, and it'll be great. I suppose I should put tank stance on. How many do we have now? 25. We have 25. I want to get to at least 200 today. Then we'll do the last 400 tomorrow, I think is the plan. And then Friday we will continue our 2,000 clears. Oh yeah, as a heads up, there may or may not be a video releasing today. It's like 100% ready to go. The only reason there is a may not is because it has a sponsor on it, and I'm still waiting on approval from the sponsor, so I can't post it until I get approval. If I get approval today, it'll go live today. But if I might not get it until a bit later, because Americans. And if I don't get it, if I get it too late, then it'll have to go live tomorrow instead. So it'll either be today or tomorrow, one or the other. It's lunchtime, so you won't get a response until 2 or 3 hours from now. Well, I sent it off last night. But it's like always a bit of a shit show. Well, it's not a shit show, it's just a wait, right? Because the way it works is well, for me, I submit it to the agency and be like, okay, so here are the timestamps, here is everything, blah, 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 blah. And then they have to send it off to the sponsor. And then the sponsor has to watch it and approve it or deny it. And if they want to deny it and like add changes, they get up to like 3 iterations of changes. You know, like normal commissions for art and stuff. It's the same shit. And then they reply to the agency, who then tells me, and if I have to change something, then I have to change, like, sometimes it's literally as simple as, we want an additional 1 second pause between these 2 sentences to make sure that it has the impact that it deserves, or shit like that. Sometimes it's that. And in that case, like, I'll need to go in and make the change, but then I need to re-render and upload the whole video again, which will take 2-3 hours to do, just in terms of upload speed, because my internet is bad, and then you go through the whole process again, so it can take a while. So that's why it can very quickly turn from the video is ready to go live as of last night to this will take 2 or 3 days. It can very quickly turn into that. So you'll see it when you see it. I'll ping people in the Discord. It's ready, but I don't have control over when it will go live yet. I mean, I get it, right? If they're paying money for it, they obviously want it to be quote unquote right. So I get it. Ever had bad experience with sponsors? Yes. Most are really good, actually, because I go through and I work with an agency, right? And they alleviate most of the headaches. So I generally get paid on time. Generally, everything's fine. I do the ad. At most, I normally get asked for 1 iteration of changes. I've never had it go to 3. I think the most ever is 2. But usually it's like 1. I get paid like a month later. Win-win. Thumbs up. I did have 1 bad experience, though. It was my first ever sponsor. I'm not going to name names. but it was before I had an agency. And I signed a 3-video sponsor deal. And the first video on the sponsor deal was, it did really well. Got like well over 100k views, which at the time I was like a 10k sub channel. So 100k views on a video that's sponsored is like big, right? Something they would be very happy with. And yet, despite the first 2 videos of the sponsor doing really well, they just ghosted me after the second one and tried to get out of paying me. And it is a company that you probably heard of, that you would be surprised to hear would do that. And I had to harass them for months. And even after that, they didn't fulfill the third part of the sponsor. They just sent me an extra £100 to fuck off. And I was like, you know what? I can't be arsed with them anymore. Yeah, I don't do pay for views. I only do upfront payment. Like, I do flat fee. That's all I do. Someone paid me £100 to fuck off. To be like, £100 is like way less than I would charge for the sponsor of a video, so it wasn't like I actually got paid for the integration they signed for. But I was kind of sick of them at that point. The fact that they were like so unprofessional is what pissed me off, and look, they ghosted me, even though the videos on the sponsor overperformed. And it was a company that I've seen many YouTubers do sponsors for before. It wasn't Logitech. I've never worked with Logitech. I have done a sponsor for Raid Shadow Legends before. What I can say about Raid Shadow Legends is they paid very well and very quickly. So, no complaints. I've never worked with Display either. It was not Display. Okay, do you want me to tell you the name? It's fine. I'll tell you the name. Oh, I've gone to the wrong place. Fuck. I'm never going to work with them again anyway, so I suppose I don't really care. And this was years ago. It was the company that does those like snack boxes, Sakura Co. It was them. They were a nightmare. Every other sponsor I've worked with, fantastic. Those, unprofessional and tried to scam me. And they also underpaid me too. It was it was like my first ever sponsor, so I didn't know how much I should be charging, so I like undercharged. Well, they like gave me a lowball offer and I took it. I think what happened basically is because I wasn't with an agency at the time, they thought they could get away with fucking me over. I mean, they kind of did, right? Because they did fuck me over. But it's one of those things, you know, you live and you learn. I learned that I don't want to deal with that shit myself, so I will just let an agency take a cut in exchange for me not having to deal with it. That's what I learned. And it's, interestingly enough, sponsors are much happier to pay when an agency with lawyers are sending the requests rather than you on your own. A shocker, that one. So ever since then, I've never had a problem. Everyone ever since, just they pay on time, they pay the full amount, everything's good. How do agencies work? Well, in my case, they reached out to me, and they basically just offered me a deal, and I took it. And it's a bit of both. You get a company email, right? So people, and you're kind of expected to show it on your like YouTube and your social media and stuff, so that people can reach out to you if they want to sponsor you. I'd say it's about 60-40 on they'll do like group deals, right? Because they have a bunch of content creators that work with them. So what they'll normally do is they'll also reach out to sponsors and be like, okay, so if you have like a campaign for your game coming up, we've got 20 content creators in this niche, so why don't you sponsor all of them and we'll handle everything, you know? That's like how it normally plays out with agencies. Can't deal with that. I'm so sorry, Maddie. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind of you. But yeah, that's how it normally works. I'd say it's like 60-40. 60 like the agency reaches out, and like 40 is people reaching in. I have an email, so people can reach out if they want to specifically sponsor me, which has happened before. But also, like, the agency does outreach as well. They'll like contact companies and that they think are fitting or that you want to have sponsor you, or they'll do package deals where they'll be like, okay, so we got like 20 content creators in your niche. Why don't you do a sponsor video on all of them to go with your campaign? You know, stuff like that. They do a bit of both. So it's like 50-50. You able to live off this 100%? Right now, yeah. Bear in mind, I'm not primarily a streamer. I make like 70% of my money through YouTube. Streaming is like quite a small part of my pie. Which is why sometimes you see me take breaks from streaming, because like if I'm not doing very well, I just won't stream, because I don't have to stream. I have to do YouTube though. No, I don't have any exclusivity deals. I can find my own sponsors. I can even work with other agencies if I want to. But if obviously it's BM and will also get you fucked with the agency if, for example, the sponsor brings you in the agency brings you in a sponsor and then you like circumvent them and work around them so that you can cut them out. Obviously, that's not something I would ever do, but that's something that people have tried to do in the past, and that will get you like kicked from the agency, obviously. For me personally, I'm not greedy. I'm happy to take like an okay amount and be able to pay my bills and live my life. That's good enough for me. I don't need to be rich. I mean, I'm a small niche content creator in a small niche game. I'm not going to be rich anyway, but making enough to live and not like worry is enough for me. It sounds like a solid agency. Yeah, most of them are good. I think agencies give you a very fair deal as a content creator. Like, I think it's 100% worth it. Unless you're giga big to the point where you have like people knocking at your door every day trying to sponsor you, then I would say maybe not. But if you're not in that situation, having an agency is definitely worth it. Just because, logistically, think about how much time you spend. Let's say you're me, right? I've got like what, nearly 40k subs on YouTube. I have like an okay following on Twitch. Maybe every couple of months somebody would reach out to me wanting to sponsor me and being happy to pay my rate, but the average would be me reaching out to people. And think about how much time that would take away from being able to actually make things. And let's say 1 in 4 of those is like shy to pay, so you have to go through the logistical nightmare of chasing them. Suddenly, like, giving 20% of the payment to an agency in exchange for them offloading all of the outreach, all of the chasing, and potentially, if things go south, all of the legal, it's like 100% worth. Yeah, I would assume so too. If you're like super big, you'd have like your own manager and stuff. I'm not, so I'm just a pedestrian content creator making ends meet. Would you want to be bigger? I don't know. I mean, on YouTube, sure. I don't see any downside to growing on YouTube because you're gonna, at least for me, it wouldn't affect what I would make. I would make the same shit. I would just make more money from it, right? Which is kind of win-win, if I'm gonna be honest. On Twitch, not really. I've seen, like, the stream chats of huge content creators on Twitch, and it doesn't really look like the kind of place I would enjoy streaming. I also don't think I have a particularly interesting personality anyway, so I don't think it is realistic to grow super big on Twitch ever. And I'm okay with that. I think having, like, you know, like we have now, like, handful of regulars that pop in a lot of the time and we can just yap and chat for a while, I find that very fun and quite cathartic. And I mean, nowadays, with the way Twitch is, Twitch money is dog shit anyway, unless you're huge. So I kind of prefer having a nice community to not, you know? Are videos like the one about World First top DSR worth it from an hours to money perspective? Depends what you're comparing it to. So like a regular job? Well, I mean, it's a huge risk, so no. If you're making it anyway because you enjoy making it, I mean, I've made a decent amount of money from the top and DSR retrospectives, put it that way. Like, I'm not... I don't even know the exact figures, but less than tens of thousands, but thousands from each one. It's kind of how YouTube is, right? YouTube is really luck-based, actually. You're either gonna make a fuck ton of money or no money, and there's like no in between. A decent number of my videos don't make very much money, but when videos go super viral, you make like a lot of money. I think the only reason I haven't made more is because I made a few more, right? I made one for Binding Coil, I made one for Second Coil, and those did quite poorly comparatively. I understand there's a lot of factors in that. I released them at a bad time, firstly. I also think coils are slightly less interesting as a concept than ultimates. And also I have like some weird obsession with I really want each one to be better than the last, because I think they are like passion projects in a way. So I've like made and scrapped like 3 different ones at this point as well. So I'm trying to figure out how to approach the next one. I will say I am working on one at the moment. It's not like the primary project I'm working on, but I am working on one of them. But the issue, it's not an ultimate one. The issue with it is making sure that I do it justice. I also need to get some translators for some stuff, which honestly I've just been kind of lazy about. I know that a lot of people kind of see them as like documentaries, right? So I'm trying to lean into that a bit. Which involves, obviously, reaching out to the people and getting interviews with them so that I've got sound clips of them talking about stuff to semi-narrate it, because I can't just narrate the whole thing, I think it's better that way. Which is like something that's improved upon over the DSR and top ones. Obviously that stuff takes a lot of time as well. I'm also trying to make them visually better. And I'm not going to pretend I'm a very good editor, so that stuff takes a lot of time. There is a I need to talk to a Chinese group about something for the video. I might ask Stal if she would translate for me. Maybe she's up. But I mean, she's also very busy, so I feel a bit bad asking her to take time out of her extremely busy schedule to translate shit for me. Wonder how the fresh server was for China. Apparently people really liked it. I saw a load of people that have characters on JP hopping in it and saying it was a great time. Yeah, that kind of thing is kind of what I want to lean into more, right? Like, I think the most interesting thing about a new piece of content releasing in this game and the world race behind it is the individual stories of the groups at the front. I don't think who wins and who loses is what makes those interesting. It's the fact that there are a lot of... I mean, in a way, it's a drama, right? There's groups that have members that have hopped from one group to another group. There's groups that know each other. There's like tight races where clears happen 20 seconds apart. There's the extraneous circumstances around their race, like, for example, a group had to get a last minute member for whatever reason. Stuff like that is what makes them interesting, like the circumstances of the race and the interpersonal relationships and the things that make it close. And those are things that most people don't know about because, I mean, why would you? Because it's like a group's personal stuff. So you have to, it like takes a lot of effort to figure out all of those details and put them together. And also to get the groups to be up to talk about it, because I don't want to share their personal information without not being in a way that they're happy with, you know? So yeah, basically it's kind of evolved into a thing that takes a lot of time to put together. I also like, how do I say it? TUI for the runs gamers. I think most people are dipping, which I understand. We've been going for a while. The other thing as well, one piece of feedback I got a lot from the DSR and the top one, was people saying that it felt too much like a guide. And that's something I've also tried to take on for like other videos like that. I've been trying to find a balance between making sure people know what's happening on screen, because a lot of people that watch those videos are not FF players. But also making it so that I'm not over-explaining, you know? Yeah, you would be surprised to learn that that actually a lot of views for those videos come from non-FF players. A lot of them. I mean, I suppose it kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? In the same way that you've probably watched some niche video about a niche community or video game that you're never going to be a part of, covering like a speed run or an event that happened or some shit. This is the same kind of video, but for FF14, right? This is exactly FF14's version of that. You've probably watched loads of those for different communities that you'll never be a part of. In the same way, there are a lot of non-FF players who watch that, and that is their exposure to FF14 rating. They have, like, they don't know what the common tells for stack spread and pairs are. They don't know what the fuck a deformation is. They don't play this game. So it's like, how do you... There's like a balance between giving context for those people to be able to enjoy it and actual FF players to not get annoyed that I'm over-guiding, you know? But the other thing about it as well is all of this shit is shit that I thought about after I made those videos. When I made those videos, I wasn't really thinking about anything other than I just kind of found it interesting and wanted to deep dive on them. That was it. So I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, honestly. But at least now Pandora's box is open and it is a thing I think about, and I want to get it right, you know? It's okay. We'll get there. It'll just take a bit of time. One thing I can promise is there will be at least 4 more of them before the end of the expansion. Because I have a plan for 4 more of them. Like, laid out. I just don't know when they'll actually come out. They'll come out when they're done. And when they're good. I suppose we should go to Heritage found. Oh my god, I just cancelled the teleport. Your partner and you watch a ton of those videos together? Yeah, like I watch a load of them too. Like, oh my god, there's nothing here. How are you doing with the 2,000 clears? We're at like 40-ish. I can't do it right now because my group hasn't done weeklies yet. So my character is not unleashed. Luckily, from the second day of bingo, we received a bingo and got to roll on a buff. And the buff that I rolled on is that for one day I can count helping in Mentor Roulette. And I'm going to trade that in this week, make some proggers, and then there's going to be Monday night as well. And next week, my group does reclears on Tuesday, so I'll be unleashed for like the whole week. So I reckon by the end of next week, we will be well past 100. That's my hope. Is that better? I mean, it feels good to see number go up, right? I think they meant the mentor. Oh, you mean is that better? What, the mentor roulettes? It'd be quicker at least. I love mentor roulettes. I think that the mentor roulette day is an easy opportunity for like 40 or 50 wins. Mentor roulettes can be painful. Yo, I did 2K mentor roulettes and I had fun the whole time. And if they released a new achievement for mentor roulettes for like 5K or something, I would happily do that too. I found it super fun. Because whenever you got an extreme trial, it was almost always a good time. See, look, I've got the Astro. Yeah, you can. It's okay. Like I've said before, even if it's technically self-promo, if it's like topical or cool, I kind of give it a pass. I really wish, and this is totally my fault, this was like when I was less understanding of like the workflow of being a content creator. I really wish that I had kept the recordings of all of the Mentor Roulette streams so that I could have made more videos from it. Because for some reason, I did like there's like a number of series of people doing Mentor Roulettes on YouTube nowadays, but I did my Mentor Roulette grind years before any of them did it. And some of the streams were fucking peak, and I wish I had made videos out of it, because I think they would have done well. I just never thought to until I hit the 2000 one. I thought it wasn't, like, worthwhile, but they would have made good videos. It was, like, my blunder, in a way. You can put the paste into the company chest. Can other people take it out? Asking for a friend. Can you imagine scrolling through all those VODs for content, though? Well, I mean... True. This is the worst thing that I hate doing, by the way. I fucking hate clipping VODs. That's like, if I could just pay somebody not to be a video editor, but to clip all my VODs, Jesus Christ. I hate clipping VODs. It takes so long and it's so boring. It's the only reason I don't make many stream highlight videos. One of your guildies records every raid and scrolls through it for content. Yeah, I couldn't. I could never. I find it, whenever I have to go through a VOD, that's when I feel the ADHD, like the deficit part of ADHD, that's when it hits me. That's when, like, I cannot focus whenever I've got to clip through VODs. I'm actually really struggling to make a video right now, behind the scenes, because it involves clipping through VODs. And I struggle so hard to be, like, productive and focused while doing it, so it takes way longer than it should. Are you playing Enfield? I am playing Enfield. Well, on and off. I played through all the base game. It was fun. Enjoyed it mostly. Have a few gripes with it, but still enjoyed it. But right now, because I'm so swamped with work, I'm only logging in for dailies outside of stream, and then all of the rest of my time is devoted to catching up on work. VOD clipping is miserable. Yeah, the bad thing about it, right, is because obviously if you're doing it for a video, you need more than just like the 2 or 3 funny clips on a stream. You need to, like, quote unquote tell a story based on it. So you need to, like, actually watch it, and the most you can kind of really watch it at while doing that well is like maybe 2 times speed, maybe 3 at a push. So even so, clipping one VOD is still going to take, like, well over an hour. And that's before you even start editing. But normally, videos will take multiple VODs. So you're looking at hours on hours of focused work just to clip them. And it's really boring work as well. Yeah, it's like, let's not pretend it's hard labor. I'm not going to do that. But it's really boring work that takes a lot of time. I don't know why I'm flying into the middle. Is clipping a short Yes, it is. It is different clipping a short compared to a full video. At least when it comes to shorts, there are very efficient ways you can do it, right? You can have stream markers during the stream of this is a moment that would make a good short, and then you just have the exact moment that you want, and you're just editing it. It's just standard editing. If you're clipping a VOD, you can't really timestamp every moment that would work in a video for the VOD, so you just have to rewatch the VOD. And that's boring. You have a PF for Fate farming? No. But if you want to join, you can send me a tell, and I will invite you. I'm on Cerberus. Excuse me. Do I have any super secret news from Square Enix that I can't mention yet? Are you talking about like a media tour? It's way too early for anyone to get invited for that. Unless I'm talking shit and I just didn't get invited. But no, I don't have any super secret news to share. Will you go to FanFest? We'll see. We'll see. Isn't the rumor that they might not even do a media tour this time? It's less of a rumor and more speculation. I know I've been one of the people that have speculated it too. The rumor has definitely not come from anything on Square Enix's end. It's just because, well, there's a few reasons, but one of the key reasons is... let me send you an invite. One of the simple key reasons is just the fact that at the moment, the fan fests are spread out in such a way that if they held a media tour, it would have to be like directly after FanFest or during the FanFests. And it sounds like such a logistical nightmare that I don't even know if it's realistic to do. Because there's going to be... so, obviously Yoshida and a lot of the core team, quote-unquote, go to the FanFests. They also go to each of the media tour dates. And also a lot of the events team is working on both the FanFests and the media tour. And they're both a shit show. And I wonder if this time, because of all of those things combined, they're just going to be like, okay, we need to make this manageable. So we're going to do an online media tour or something like that. I could see that happening. I wouldn't blame them if that's what happens. Because you have to bear in mind the media tour is like it's like a 3-week event, right? Because what they do is they go, at least previously it was they did it in JP and then they immediately went to NA and did one the next week and then they went to EU and did one the next week. And considering that based on what Yoshida said in Japanese interviews, the inclination and hint that he gave is that they are hoping for a very end of 2026 release for the expansion rather than letting it shift into 2027. Based on the last FanFest, that would give them like 2 months to run the entire media tour and to launch the expansion, which is fucking insane. So it's just a bit suspicious. Or rather than suspicious, it just feels unmanageable. I feel bad for the guys who would have to do it if that was the case, you know? Like the staff who would have to run those events, I feel bad for them. Jesus Christ, give them a day off, man. You know? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. So, okay, so I've obviously seen it from both ends, right? I've been someone who is very into the game and is excited for Media Tour embargo to lift so that I can watch videos of people who know the game very well and will break things down for me. I've been on that end, and obviously I've also been on the end of the person going to the tour and making the videos. So I see the value that they have for the community, because I do think they have value in the community. And it's obvious that, really, when the FF streamers and content creators that get invited are for the FF players, whereas the journalists that get invited are for non-FF players. That's pretty clear in the way that the Media Tour is targeted. So they try and cover both ends of the spectrum. Whether I think it's a necessary thing or not, though, I'm not so sure. Whether they could get away without doing it, they probably could. It's kind of stressful, but I mean, it's also like kind of a privilege, and it's a fun event to go to as well. I will say the least exciting thing about going to Media Tour is playing the game. Bro, playing the game is like the least exciting part, not because playing the game isn't cool, but because at least when I was there, the way it worked is they pen you into like the building, they sit you down, and they're like, okay, you've got 7 hours, enjoy. And you're like, instead of being able to like enjoy, you're basically like, okay, I have 7 hours to film everything I need, and if I miss anything, I am fucked. I did see that, yeah. I think it's kind of cool. In a way, it's kind of a badge of honor to me that something we figured out was something the developers fixed. They probably should have added the extra distance right away. Stressful? Yeah, and I actually... Okay. I kind of fucked up when I went, and I missed one Black Mage tooltip because I didn't hover over it long enough. So I had to play a game of chicken with Whoops because he went to the NA Media Tour, and I had to play a game of chicken with him in DMs where we had to convince one another that we both went to the Media Tour so that we could share and talk about it, and I could get the tooltips from him. Because we were both under NDA, and we're like, how do we tell each other without breaking NDA in case the other guy didn't go? Wouldn't it be more organized if content creators could split the job of filming stuff? Technically, yes. I think some people have done that in the past, but I don't think it would often pan out that way because realistically, okay, if we were to talk about it pragmatically, this isn't really the way that I think about it because I was going to film what I wanted to film because I already knew what I wanted to make, regardless of how many views it would get. I wanted to make breakdowns on the jobs. That is what I was going to do. If I couldn't do anything else, which I couldn't, that's fine. I was going to do that regardless. But realistically, it is kind of a competition for people's eyeballs, right? So, in a way, you harm yourself if you're giving away all of your footage to somebody else. Because what if they take your money and that's your living? So I get it. For me at least, my plan was always simple. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna figure out the rotations for all the jobs. I'm gonna hit them all on a dummy, and I'll break down the new skills and get all the tooltips. And I probably won't have time for anything else, and that's fine. And that's how it panned out. To be fair, I did have time to do a bit more. I just didn't have time to make videos on it. I got to do the dungeon. I also got to do some A ranks because the game had A ranks, even though it was like on the dev server. Does Square pay for your trans? Yeah, they pay for everything. So we've talked about that ourselves, about theoretically somebody can take multiple mechanics in it. We haven't really played around with how we can make the mechanic completely broken yet, but you probably can, yeah. You probably can break rep 2. I can at least say, I don't know about other people, like, I don't know that many content creators, so I'm not going to pretend my sample size is massive. I know at least in my case there are a few content creators who I know, and if anybody was missing anything or needed anything, we always helped each other with the media tour stuff. Both I received help and I also helped other people in terms of, like, if they missed something, I would send over the footage, or if they missed something, if I missed something, for example, I missed that one tooltip, and they happily sent me over the tooltip. So it's not like people are, like, hoarding stuff from each other. At least my personal experience has been there was never a moment where if somebody needed something and they asked for it, somebody wouldn't give it. People always gave it, like, quite happily. Because really, like, obviously the pragmatic thing is technically it is some kind of competition, right? Because everybody's really competing for a market share, but it's not really like that. Honestly, it's more like you are a community of people. You will either be friends or acquaintances or somewhere in between. And obviously you wanna help your buds so they can make the cool thing they want to make. You know, it's pretty simple. Help with the yeah, kind of, yeah. I think the funniest and most suspicious part of the prep for the media tour, though, um, when I knew I was going, was so like I know the basics of every job in the game. Like I can play the rotation of them, kind of. I'm okay, but I'm not good at a lot of jobs. So I was like having to incognito figure out all of the micro details about jobs that mains of those jobs would want to know about without letting them know the reason that I wanted to know them. So it was a lot of suspicious conversations. I remember I had one with Ferret. This was before he was in our group. Before so and like it's not like we didn't talk. We talked occasionally, but we didn't talk super often. It must have been really sus for him that I was DMing him being like, "So Ferret, what kind of micro details about Black Mage do you really want to know about the Dawntrail iteration of Black Mage?" Without letting him know that I was going. So it was just me like trying to have casual conversations about the jobs and slip in the things I wanted to know that he wanted to know innocuously so that I could then write them down in my notepad and test them. Did you know who was going? I knew who was going before, but not much before. They made like a group chat like the week before, and that's when I knew who was going. Yeah, the Ilon story fucking kill. The Ilon story is so funny. For those who I haven't told it to before, so I met up with Ilon after the media tour because it was in Berlin, right? And he lives in Berlin. Um, so we arrived on Wednesday, and I was flying back out on Friday evening, and the media tour was Thursday. So me and Ilon had arranged to go get dinner together on Friday because, I would be waiting for my flight back. So I mean, why fucking not, eh? And the problem is they give you like gifts, the media tour. And the gifts include like this like really nice satchel with like the Dawntrail logo on it and stuff like that. I can find a picture of it in a bit. And like a hoodie with Dawntrail on and all that shit, and like a compass with the Dawntrail logo on. So I'm showing up to our dinner, hiding that shit behind my back, and he's supposed to be like, "So where have you been? Why do you innocuously have all of this Dawntrail merchandise in the middle of Berlin the day after Naoki Yoshida did a fan meetup in Berlin suspiciously? I wonder." And you're gonna hit him with the, I don't know. I wonder. Anyway, shall we get Korean food? What are you doing, Berlin? I don't know, just woke up here. Yeah, there's also like, why are you in Berlin? I don't know, just came over for a few days. A quick 3-day vacation. but it was okay, and the Korean food was fire. Fire good, fire spicy, or both? Both. We went to this really nice K barbecue spot. We didn't get K barbecue because it was just us two, but we got good food. It was really nice. Oh, there's another fate. Fuck, I forgot. Oopsie. You're overdue Korean food with his ex? Yeah, you need to go get Korean food. You heard gay barbecue? I mean, what's wrong with following up dinner with dessert? Badoomch. Can you add a disclaimer? Probably not. I'll probably change the title at some point, though. I'm not going to add a disclaimer into the title, but I'll probably just change the title to something else. The video does explicitly say in both the video and the comment section that there is a chance this will be patched, yes. But I will change the title when I get around to it. Was that a line from Vanessa's book? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so I have a lore question for you guys. Are the extremes actual brothers? Or are they fucking? Or are they, like, just pals? Just roommates? Because they're different races, aren't they? You can't say no. There's 3 options. Which one is true? They're not brothers. So they're either fucking or friends. Which one of these is true? Maybe both. I'm glad I have a lot of lore experts to help me. The VAs are apparently on board. So what? Holy. I mean, it is true. Fru had something for the queens, you gotta have something for the kings. It's only fair. How about, okay, well, Mirror Boreas, Everybody knows that the only thing you want is a high roll on your weapon and a UCOB PF as the chaser. $861. UCOB is for princesses because Twin Tanya is in there. Which one is your princess? Is it Tanya or Tanya? Where should we go to now? Hede Taggy found. And no, don't follow me. I've cooked something absolutely rancid. There's nothing here. Let's go to Kozamauka. Enjoy, certain. Enjoy your food. Can I get off the mount? Yeah. There we go. I suppose I can take it. Remember, any emote that is missing is entirely chat's responsibility. You have to bring it back to life after the purge. That's on you. But instead you keep bringing back shit like that cat. Yeah, it is your fault. I have no personal responsibility. I feel like a lot of viewers are rich in channel points now after all the gambling as well, because you guys keep winning. Ugh, these fates are scaled. Disgusting. Hey, we've done about 40. I'd say we're nearly done, personally. You think you have time to do fates? Well, I mean, I'm trapped right now. My group hasn't done weeklies, so I can't do PF. That's the only reason we're doing this. How many are M9s? Actually, less than you'd think. On the first day, we did a clear for 7 and a clear for 5 of M11. Oh, there's another fate. Your level is too high, enemy. When it re-clears? Saturday. But next week they're on Tuesday. So while this week is cooked, next week is great. Yeah, my plan is to use it on Friday. The making mentors count on Friday. And I mean, it's okay, because finishing the Relic will take tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll finish the Relic for sure. And then Friday I can trade in my Mentor Roulette boon. And then Monday we will be free to do PF. And then I can do PF Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. And the Monday as well. So I can do 4 days of PF next week. It'll be okay. Where is the Forlorn Maiden? Am I blind? Oh, it's already in the fight, that's why. Of PF or this? Well, this is taking about 1% of my brain power, and the other 99% is devoted to staring at chat. I'm barely even looking at the screen here, so it's pretty chill. With PF, I don't know, I find PF fun. I don't mind if we clear or not. I'm just there to... I'm there for the vibes. I also don't really play the game outside of stream. So, like, I don't really play enough to get burnt out, which is good. $961. It is a bit messed up that, yeah, fourth turn of Savage gives less than one leveling roulette. I think that's my only issue with this step, actually. No. Rough. I think that the concept of the 16th Relic Light step ever to be implemented is fine. And I think the options you have to do it are fine. But I think that the points that everything gives, apart from a few choice things, not so well adjusted. I think you should feel roughly equally rewarded for your time and effort. Which is definitely not the case right now. Do we know how much Quantum gives? No, I don't think so. I've got a feeling Quantum isn't going to be amazing, though. If M12S gives 18, I can't imagine them giving more than 20 for Quantum. I genuinely think all the Savages should be giving like double or triple points. Like, I feel like you should definitely be getting at least 100 from doing your Savage weeklies. Instead of, what, 50 I think it is for a full set? Bro, the fates are horrendous right now. And they're all scaled now as well. Ugh. To be fair, they still die quick. It's just the bar is going up super slow. Did they say if we're getting a new Chaotic this expansion? No, I think we're not. I don't think they've confirmed for sure either way, but I don't think we're getting another one. They've been pretty quiet on Chaotic. To be fair, I'm okay with it because I'm not a Chaotic truther. I don't hate Chaotic. I think Chaotic did a lot of things well. But I just thought the fight was really boring. I really like the idea of Chaotic. I just thought the fight was kind of boring. The platform phase? Honk fucking schnoo, the platform phase. The first phase is really cool. And then for some reason, they copied the Stormblood design and just made it loop. But I think conceptually, and the kind of spot that Chaotic occupies in FF14's like endgame portfolio is really good. And I think that means that we should... That alone means that I hope we get another one, even if I didn't love the fight we got this time around. Yeah, see, this is something I've heard quite a few times, actually, that Chaotic acted as a gateway into raiding or a way for people to return to raiding. Because there's 24 people in a run, not only is there less personal responsibility than in an 8-man Savage raid, but also it means that if you want to go with your friends, you can bring all of them. So it's like quite a good gateway to get into raiding. And that's what I like about it. And the reward structure was decent enough too. I think Fork Tower could have been that as well. I think Forked Tower could have been that if everything except the fights were completely different. I think if Forked Tower was posited to be a bit closer to, like, the Boscha dungeons, but a bit harder than them, it would have done great. But instead it was like BA2, Electric Boogaloo. And we had an uproar with BA. Why did... in fact, we had an uproar with BA that Yoshida had to go onto the forums and apologize for. Because it was so bad. And then they released BA2! What were they thinking? Yoshida had to hop onto the forums and grovel because BA was causing so much player toxicity and was so arse backwards to get into that it got a horribly negative reception on release. And then they literally 1-for-1 copied it in Dawntrail. I cannot comprehend what whoever made that decision was thinking. Because he either wasn't around when BA released for the uproar, or he has short-term memory loss. But I too think that... I think Forked Tower's fights are pretty good, and they would have only needed minor adjustments to be really, really enjoyable for more casual players to drop in, drop out, and have a good time, and them to still be kind of engaging for people to do. Like, I think it would have only needed minor adjustments to be great. I just think the entry system was so absolute dogshit. And the rest of OC got such a lukewarm reception that it kind of sullied any goodwill they could have possibly gotten. Well, I mean, realistically, if there's no res limit and it's just a time limit, and they also reduce the phantom job requirements a little bit more, and 1 or 2 of the few body checks it has, then I think is like almost fine 1-for-1. Bro, that forum post was insane. The guys who wrote it, proper fucking cunts, man. They harassed us for weeks. Like, the next month, right? Because we were, like, organizing a group to get people their clears. They would follow us around from instance to instance and harass us to snipe the duty so that they could try and troll our run and then write fake angry posts about it. It was insane. What post? When Forked Tower came out, I was part of organizing a group to do Forked Tower for a pre-made, right? And there were these guys that would snipe our run. And one of these guys, because he had no idea how to do the fights, right? He didn't have a fucking clue. And it's annoying that he sniped the run, but that's okay. That wasn't the problem. On the second boss, the boss does tank busters at the start, and they're big cleave busters. And he stood in front of the boss and died to the buster. And because he had been trolling in the first fight and nearly caused a wipe, we didn't raise him. Because he wasn't, like, willing to interact with anybody else. We even invited him to join the party and to, like, get call-outs in the Discord call or whatever he wanted. Even though he sniped someone out of the run. But he, like, dono walled us and all those things. So, in the second fight, when he stood in the first tank buster of the fight, we left him on the floor. And he wrote a huge piss baby forum post about me specifically. Even though I wasn't the tank, I wasn't a chemist, so I couldn't have raised him. I wasn't the guy who killed him, and I never interacted with him. But he wrote a huge fucking piss baby forum post specifically about me because I was the one guy he recognized from the run. And then, after that, it, like, grew into this whole thing. Because, obviously, the FF14 official forums is basically a lot of people that don't play the game, but they like to complain about it. So there was a bunch of people going, oh, toxic streamer, bullying the poor little man, and all this. And then there were a bunch of people who were there saying, I'm sorry, but this is bullshit. You were being an asshole to the guy. And you died on your own volition, and now you're writing this about it. And then there were people who happened to see the stream. I wasn't streaming this, for context, but other people were. Who were like, okay, yeah, this is actually just made up stupid drama. And it turned into a huge discussion post. That went on like 60 pages or something. And in the end, I replied to it. And the TLDR, I basically said, you didn't know the fight, you didn't like the outcome, and now you're trying to, like, cause drama about it on the internet. Good luck in the future, kind of thing is what I said. Basically, as long as I don't have to interact with him, I don't care. But then the fallout from that is that he collected, like, a squad of his friends. There was, like, 4 or 5 of them. And for the next month, they would follow us around every time we did Forked Tower, from instance to instance, to try and snipe us and troll our runs. And once or twice, they succeeded in getting into our runs. And obviously, they would grief really hard because they didn't know any of the fights. You could argue they intentionally griefed. I'm not going to argue that because I don't know for sure. But what we do know for a fact is that they intentionally followed us around and sniped us because the fucking moron streamed it all. And even though it was in French, we had French speakers in the group who translated that they were basically instance hopping to find Rinon, Rinon is in the instance, let's go. They were doing that. And then they would go into the duty, snipe spots from our pre-made, die on the first mechanics because they don't know the fight, and then spam report us if we didn't raise them. That would happen for an entire month. That was the fallout from that. And yet there were still people in the forums trying to say that they were the victims. It was crazy. In fact, things got to a point where I got a DM from my Square Enix representative about it. From the content creator guy. But it was not the DM they were hoping for. He sent me a message and was like, have you seen this forum thread? This is fucking hilarious. These guys are such idiots. So it was not the fallout they were hoping for, because they were trying to get me in trouble. But Square Enix just thought it was really funny and that they're morons. Could they still join your runs if blacklisted? Yeah, because the way Forked Tower worked back then was there was no waiting for pre-mades in any way, and it was all agnostic of that because it was solely done via the field instance, and the field instance was always public. There was no reserved spots for pre-mades, so basically, let's say it's a 48-man instance and you go with 48 people. Well, if one guy on his own wants to come and snipe a spot, he's going to go and snipe a spot, and you just have to deal with it, right? And that's how they designed it, which, number one, is a shitty way to design it, but okay. But then some of those players would intentionally troll or expect accommodations. And it's like one of those things where it's like you've set up a piece of content that isn't intended to be easily duty finderable, and yet it's treated like duty finder. So where do you end up? You know? Yeah, like in one of our runs where those guys sniped us, the guy who, at least for the proc so far, had been the main tank of the entire run, got sniped out of the run by one of the French guys. So then somebody else had to take over who wasn't confident doing it, and obviously they did it wrong, and everyone wiped to something because of it. Yeah, that stuff also soured my opinion of Fork Tower a lot. I think I'm glad that Square Enix like went on the record and changed it all and gave they gave like a lockout and essentially priority for pre-mades after the fact, because they knew they were causing like realistically, the guys who were sniping us, they were assholes. That much is true. But really, this is something that Square Enix let happen with their design, right? This was the obvious outcome that has happened before. It happened with BA. And obviously it was going to happen again. And shock horror, it did. It's something that Square Enix definitely should have foreseen. First time you went in, you had one of the most notorious hunt trolls on Light Snipe the Run. Yeah, there are just people like that. There are just people that the thing they find fun to do is, like, ruin other people's experience. I'm not going to say it's the majority. It's, like, a rarity. They are, like, a small percentage of people. But they definitely exist. And those guys who made that forum thread were some of them. Based on the fact that they stalked us for the next month, and the guy that you ran into is one of them too. And I think the developers have to bear those things in mind. That you can't make a piece of content so easily exploitable by bad actors, you know? Yeah, Demon Wall was so rough, man, because so we were like on the last boss, right? Like the group's point was the last boss, and we were like, you know, we want a couple of pulls on the last boss, and then we go for a clear. That'll be great. And then you've got these snipers joining who don't know how to do Demon Wall, and they're dropping meteors covering the entire safe spot and shit. And then they're posting on the forums about how you're toxic because you didn't raise them after they gave everyone a damage down and nearly wiped the run and wasted everyone's time. And they're like, why don't they include us? And it's like, why did you join a final boss prog, steal the spot from somebody who was supposed to be there, troll the first boss without any idea how to do the mechanic, and then have the audacity to expect everyone to baby you through it? Ironically, though, when we actually cleared, we only had 47 people, right? Because one person couldn't show up for whatever reason, I can't remember. And there was a random guy in the instance, and he actually did the exact thing that you should do if you're a random guy. He came up to the entrance thing, and he said, is there any space? And we were like, yeah, we've got a space. And he was like, I haven't done any of the fights, is that okay? And we're like, yeah, do you want to join VC and we'll do all the callouts for you? He said no. And we said, okay, in that case, we'll give you an explanation before every fight in text. And we cleared with him, even though he'd never been in. It was fine. It's almost like if you're a normal human and you act like a normal human, everything will be fine. If I've got tank stance on, yeah. You just spam a couple of AoEs. Yeah. Tank is really good for contribution. It's the same for hunts. Yeah, that's true, Vanas. Yeah, we did tell him that if he dies in the fight, we'll raise him after the fight. And he was like, okay, cool. You know? And actually, that's a good point, because he lost his... He died on the last boss, like, halfway through, right? And he had one raise left, so we didn't raise him so that he would still get credit from the clear. Because if he raised straight away and then died again, he'd be kicked out. So we left him on the floor so that he would still get credit. I remember that. I think in some ways it's just rough, right? Because there is a number of things in that fight where in that raid, where one person can just fuck it for everyone. I'm not going to pretend that's all of the fight or the majority, but every fight has like one or two moments where if one person just doesn't know what to do, you can absolutely just int the run for everyone. And that's like the problem with the snipers, because there is that level of personal responsibility. They can waste 47 people's time because they were selfish. Especially because usually the people that would snipe would be the people that were least prepared to know how to get themselves through it, you know? Which I think is problematic. I did like 3 clears and then I was done. I didn't... The problem with field operations like that, in my opinion, is they just take so long to do. How many more do I need? 30? Did nearly 200 runs. Holy shit. That is commitment. I respect it. I could never. Yeah, the thing I don't like about Forked Tower, aside from the entry system just being horrible and that whole fiasco, was just the fact that the ratio of playing to standing around is so bad. There is so much... Okay, it's probably a bit better now, but there is so much just waiting around doing fuck all. I feel like you spend... In a Forked Tower run, it genuinely feels like you spend more time waiting around than doing anything. Whether that is just Feelycraft or true, I don't know, but it definitely felt that way for me. You do 4 or so clears a day. How long? A run was like what? Hour and a half? Maybe if you're in a group that is like a explicit everyone has cleared group, they go a bit quicker. But it felt like most clears were taking like an hour and a half because you'd have people standing around between each fight, like explaining stuff and blah blah blah. Which I get why they do. So that's like a 6-hour chunk of time at least, right? To do 4 runs. Two hours or so. So yeah, we'll say like 6 to 8, right, for 4 runs. It's like a big old chunk of time. Ba-ba-boom, boom, boom, boom. I think that's why I kind of prefer the Boscher dungeons, right? Just because, at least for me, I don't think Forked Tower is interesting enough to be worth that wait. I kind of only finished it the first time because I felt like I'd made a commitment and I didn't want to fuck over the other people. Because I was doing like almost all the call-outs and stuff, so it would have been kind of arse for them if I wasn't there. But I wasn't really enjoying it just because it felt like, sorry for clogging it. No, it's totally fine. I talk the same way. It's totally fine. Don't worry. Like, for me, at least, it felt like the time investment ratio to fun was, like, way too sparse. So I just, yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like it. What did they say about DRS? It was too comfortable. Yeah, what a stupid statement. Players are liking this system a little too much. Let's go back to the system that everybody hated and made me apologize for. But Mr. Yoshida, why don't we change it a little so that people will enjoy it this time? No. Exactly the same system. Wait, did I put them in? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yes, I know they made it easier. They have, like, worked on making it better. I don't think the current state is what I would call good yet, but it's definitely better than it was, which I think is promising. my main hope, because they've said we're getting another one, right, in 0.5. I want that they better nail that one. That's all I have to say. If they want to keep like player goodwill about field explorations, they really need the next zone to be decent. The next zone and the raid at the end of it. And to carefully think about how players are going to interact with them. When did OC drop? 7.25, yeah. And we should be getting the next zone in 7.5x, and there should be a second raid with it. Whether that raid is another Forked Tower or a dungeon or whatever, no idea. But they have said we're supposed to be getting 2 of those. They also said we are supposed to be getting the easier version of Forked Tower as well at some point this expansion. The one that they originally were supposed to do but cancelled because they ran out of time. I think that's why Dawn Trail's so weird of an expansion, right? Because I think so many things happened in the first half of Dawn Trail that really got heavily criticized, and not all of them, but I think a decent amount of them, rightly so, they got criticized. I think Occult Crescent and Fork Tower both are really good examples of things that, yeah, they deserve to be criticized. They had gaping holes and were poorly thought out. And then the tail ends, they're kind of doing banger after banger after banger. And I wonder if the second zone of Occult Crescent will be their kryptonite and it will not be good. Or if they'll be able to nail it this time. I feel OC was probably made by newer devs. Almost certainly, yeah. It's just really weird as a zone because it feels like it was supposed to be some in-between state of Boscha and Eureka, but it didn't really do as well as either of them at the things they were good at, and it didn't have anything of its own. That's how I felt about it. It was like, I prefer Boscha to Eureka, but I can appreciate that Eureka is trying to do a different thing. And it does that different thing better than Boscha does. But I don't think OC does anything better than either of them, in terms of making a unique experience for the player. You could say it has more quality of life than either of them, but you couldn't say anything interesting about its design, you know? I think the most I can argue is that I like that they added chests. How's Boscha on content? Well, I've never done Boscha off content, so I would ask you, how's Boscha off content? Boscha was fun, though. I liked Boscha on content. Had its own problems, but solid enough. The dungeons were great fun. The, what's it called? The raid, halfway through. Delubrum Regine, that was great. Delubrum Regine Savage was great as well. OC would feel better if it wasn't a constant fate chase. Yeah, I agree. I think that the middle ground has to be somewhere around the region of there are less fates up, but they give way more in terms of rewards, and there needs to be more things to do in the map in between the fates that feel worthwhile. You could say, yeah, this is exactly like Eureka, though. And I suppose kind of, but I think Boscha towed that middle ground a bit better as well, where there were fates up and seas a lot of the time, but It never felt anywhere near as bad. I wonder if it's partly because of the fact that Bozja and Eureka both, the maps felt like they had barriers. They felt like they had very clearly segmented zones, and you would need to weave your way between them until you unlock the whole map. Whereas OC just feels like a flat square with no kind of segmentation or uniqueness amongst the zones, which makes traversal incredibly easy and convenient, and it makes decision-making incredibly absent. So it, like, has ups and downs. It's one of those things where sometimes having rough edges can be a good thing, right? Because it's more memorable. How many more of these do we need? We will do 4 more fates today, I think. I want to get to 200 paste. So then we have done exactly another third. OC feels not very dangerous. Yeah, I got the same feeling. Honestly, I'm not gonna pretend I hated OC. I didn't hate OC, but I was left feeling very whelmed. Well, I guess the issue with OC is that I didn't really feel anything. Bozja and fucking Eureka made me feel something. I had opinions about it. Some of them were that I really like X or I really don't like Y, but OC didn't feel like it had anything that was really worth caring about. It just existed. It was content. TM, you know? I think the best thing that OC does is that the critical engagements are cool and well designed. Which is kind of FF in a nutshell, right? They nail the fights, but a lot of the stuff surrounding it is a bit... Bleh. Your take on OC is it's not bad, but do you mean it's definitely not good? Probably the most... Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. It's content for content's sake. It's content that doesn't make you feel anything, you barely remember it, but it exists, and it's okay to do. That's how I felt about it. And I suppose maybe this is toxic, but in a way, I think that is more of an indictment than it being bad but interesting. I prefer something to be bad but do something new than to be completely mid in every way and play it safe. You know? That's just me. I'm like totally aware that not everyone would be like happy if something was bad but unique. And they want it to be good. And I think that is a reasonable feeling to have as well. But for me, I'd rather it be bad but and unique. Bad and make me feel something, you know? Well, I mean, if I get a choice, I would take good and make me feel something. That would be nice. But we didn't get that either, so We know SD doesn't take risks. Yeah, traditionally, I think that is the crux of the issue that have gotten them in kind of their critical hot water when it comes to Dawn Trail in general. I think it's a culmination of 3 expansions of being unwilling to take a singular risk in any way. Oh shit, this is up. Which is why I find it really positive that Yoshida has spoken about this in interviews and talked about the fact that Square Enix has been very adverse to risk, and they know that they need to change the game in order to reinvigorate it, and that they'll be looking at more things and making decisions on what they can change. That's why I find that really positive. And whilst I'm still definitely in the camp of I will believe it when I see it, I'd be really happy to see it. And I'll be around until we see it, or we see that it was bullshit. Yeah, I agree. I think the worst thing that the worst thing that Occult Crescent does is it is a worse system of Eureka and Boscha actions in every way, shape, and form. Okay, actually, that's an overstatement. It did do some good quality of life. I like that you don't have to pay for them after you own them. That's good. Stuff like that. But I think that the job design is kind of arse. Half of the skills are so boring they might as well not exist. And then another 30% of them only do anything in Forked Tower anyways, so why do they exist for the average player? And then you get like 20% that are interesting. I really do firmly believe that that system would have heavily benefited from having either access to 2 jobs or being able to cross-class skills so that you could make your own builds. I really think the system would have highly benefited from that. They've consistently demonstrated over the last few patches that they've taken feedback to heart. Yeah, I think so as well. I agree with that. I mean, realistically, there's no way you can work on a game for a decade and essentially devote a big chunk of your life to it and not care about it. I fully believe that the devs care. And I know how slow it can be to get through a big corporation and to have change be made, and just how awkward getting through dev cycles is in terms of time as well, and that we're not going to have seen anything yet. I think that's okay. So, like, I have hope, basically, because I don't think the game right now is bad. I think the game is really good at what it does. It does amazing endgame fights. With incredible sound design, incredible characterization, a good level of production value. It does a lot of things very well, and the rest of the stuff that it doesn't do great right now, I could see them fixing. We'll see. But even if they don't, what it does well right now is good enough that I will enjoy my time with it. Have you tried the new Frontline map? I did a couple of games on it, yeah. I think the new Frontline map's okay. I'm not a PvP enjoyer, to make it clear. Full disclosure, heads up. I'm not a big PvP enjoyer. I do think the map is slightly more interesting than most Frontline maps. And I like the incentivization it has to fucking fight Forehead and stop being a coward. At least when I played it, people are so bad at it that it becomes a bit frustrating because people just don't fight in it. Even though the obvious way to win that game is to fight. Like, the team that wins inadvertently, like, without fail, is the team that will accrue battle highs by chasing people down. That's how you win. You spend the first half of the game battle highing, and then you spend the second half of the game stomping everyone. That is, like, how you win that mode. So, like, people being so scared to fight is a bit silly, I think. Because realistically, if you have the most battle highs and you don't let yourself get pinched, you basically can't lose. Farming battle highs like that applies to every frontline mode, though. You might be right. Like I said, I don't play much frontline. I kind of exist in a vibe-based economy with it. We just stand here. Okay. We have 392 crystal paste to go, chat. And yes, I had those turquoise green dyes because I was setting up green screens last night. Okay. I'm going to end stream chat because I haven't eaten today aside from one orange, which I cut the top off with a knife. I'm going to go make some chicken breast and maybe some cauliflower. Maybe even some rice. I don't know. Might treat myself. We'll see. And I will be back tomorrow. And we will finish the relic. It will be done. It will be Joe. Yeah, I hope you have a good evening, gamers. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you pop in. Would love to see you. Yeah, have a good evening.